Good morning, guys. Um, okay. Hmm. Let's see. Futures. Big bounce on AVGO. Good morning. Hmm. Losing 25 would be quite shitty. So we tested 52 SPX, getting a little bounce there. Where could that take us? Back to 70? That's roughly the 55-20 test on ES. Ugh. GME arbitrage is swinging positive now. That's fun. Tested the technical resistance and failed. Dixie and yields are ripping. Yeah, they are. But that also gives a lot of vol to short. QQQ is simply not as interesting. Meta failed 510. Microsoft failed 50. What's NVIDIA doing? Fucking stupid company. Apple's up a little bit. It's dumping. So you need to lose 54.50 for anything extreme to happen here. If that'd be enough to stuff a GME run. Maybe. Let's see. There are a lot of puts. Yep, there are. But those are also going to act as support at 50, right? So slipping below them is going to be kind of hard. All right. How's your immune system? I don't know. Fine. Rims and Tim's wanted me to ask. I'm not sure why. I don't trust that guy. How much higher is USD JPY gonna go? Are you feeling like 160 is a bit excessive? It's because it is. NVIDIA, we buy silicon chips off another company and mark them up by 10,000x. Herder, hold on. Hold on. They put them in a board, then mark them up 10,000x. So buy calls at 54.50.05. I mean, yeah. How wrecked is DTCC triggered SLD for data events? It's kind of fun. Looks like move should be over 100 soon. We'll see. Yields are moving up, so bond vol might move down. Mr. Suzuki said, don't be surprised at 170 yen. Also, Gherk, will inflation be the buzzword of the next month, second half 2024? Deflation's bad. right? Bulls want disinflation. Disinflation's nice. Deflation is a failing economy. What is the Gex flip point? It's just that's correct. The Gex flip point's just the notional point at which gamma moves from negative to positive. But it is not necessarily gamma neutral. Hmm. There's a similar notice from the DTCC, but directed at MBS participants. Yeah, MBS are getting a bit awkward here. Home sales are going down. Home prices are going down. It's not exactly bullish for the MBS market. Jamie's inability to stay above 25 here is kind of concerning. Why is Tesla 192? I have no idea. Because there's some calls that came in out of the money yesterday. They appear fairly short dated. Well, some of the 195s are for next OPEX. 195 200s. Tesla's been over GN for like 2 weeks now. It's also at resistance. Have any news? Some positive vibes from some stifle analysts this morning. We also got a downgrade this morning from New Street Research. Although the downgrade was to a price that's still substantially out of the money. So GM is the point at which you would determine whether we are in a gamma positive or gamma negative environment. Yeah. You also have varying degrees, right? You have the weekly GN and then you have the monthly one. Monthly notionally is far larger. Right now, we're almost in a negative gamma environment. What was the bad news today? Building permits are still kind of shitty. We have new home sales coming up in a little bit. Mortgage rates really hadn't dropped very much. Mortgage applications, however, are down. It was a rough gilt auction at around 5 a.m. I think the 15-year gilt printed 4.31. And the prior was like 4.0. I still have Takeda. I'd still like to see the price go down more, though, before I bought more of it. Yeah, AVG is ripping hard. I don't really know how far that's going to go, though. Most of the bullish positioning on AVG broke down over the last week. Gross. Yeah, there's resistance at 1650. 1600 to 1650. Maybe at 1620. Yeah, right around here. Momentum could slow down a bit. There it is. IWM wants to touch 200 again so bad. Keep them hands off the cookie jar, young sir. It does. Well, there's just an obscene amount of interest on IWM at the $200 strike, so it's hard to break away from it. Why are we moving up with so many puts on the chain? On what? The majority of the puts on the chain on SPX are going to be below 54.50. There's puts up here too, but they're more evenly balanced with the call side. So gamma's fairly flat from like 54.50 up to 54.70. I live in an area with top 10 growth rate in the US, and mortgage listings on Zillow have been being priced down for months. The bubble seems to be reaching max capacity. Florida's market's been taking a little bit heavier of a hit than other major regional markets. There's some other reasons for that too, right? Like it's going to be hard to insure homes in your state because it's flat and prone to being covered in water. Yeah, I'm still in IWM. There probably is. I haven't looked it up. The Fed Funds futures one is pretty easy to track. It's going to be like the ZQ1. York City's built on water. New York City's built on a giant rock in the water. Also, we got walls. Just build bigger and bigger walls. What a jellyfish named Takeda and Lord Boromir? Is one of your jellyfish going to betray the other? Is EPAM dead? It seems like this is the week it has to hit 190, or probably unlikely to hit anywhere near those 210 calls. It's still holding its uptrend. I'm not particularly worried. Looks like it's bouncing a bit today. Bullish consolidation since the rejection at 188. EPAM tends to move pretty quickly when it does. I still think, yeah, I still think there's time for this to break out. Might be cutting it a bit close. Well, on the Junes at least. If Jimmy would stop getting shorted here, that'd be fucking great. I did quite a bit of covering on XRT. Which should explain the Wednesday price action. That's bullshit. Error. Ron death sentence will lick the boots of insurance companies. And that will secure all Floridian property insurance premiums. Yeah. No one's gonna insure that shit. You guys live on a sandbar that sticks out into the ocean like a quarter of the state's below sea level already. Was it built on a swamp? Swamps are in New Jersey. This is how Atlantis was made, but the Florida version. Are you ready for pod racing? I think so. Are you? Did you see TLT this morning? Ouch. Mathlantis. Florida needs a good bath anyway. We might actually crash, man. I know. How does that make you feel? They should blame it all on Jensen. Have you been to any concerts? Yeah. What's your favorite? I don't know. I mean, I just bought some fixie calls. Does that answer your question? So you want me to go short the yen? We aren't crashing. Do you know how I know? Because I'd be profitable if that happened. Oh, patience though, right? There's an unusual amount of put buying going on lately. Gap fill on SPX? They're trying to. I don't know if they're going to succeed. Yeah, Rivian got a big investment yesterday from Volkswagen. Well, maybe that's why Tesla's doing so well. Are you short AVGO? Not currently. Although I might short it again. Do we have got any updates on the Fubo lawsuit? I don't know. Did we? Needham came out today, and that wasn't even today. That was earlier this month. Man, not a lot of news on Fubo at all lately. Probably getting closer to earnings, right? When the fuck is earnings? August. Hold on. Your sagest advice that has stuck with me and changed my approach to trading. What are you, a dirty options holder? If you sell it for more than you paid, you've won. I made $500 this morning in 5 minutes. And that's more than I'll make it work. Thanks, Brosif. Nice, dude. Well done. Holding options is gross. Volatility is a myth. Wow. Yeah. Is GoEV gonna squirt? I have no idea. Ooh, maybe. Maybe a little. It's getting a little bounce. We'll bounce at 160. Should I sell more $2 puts? So greedy. Hmm. Home sales, ouch. Ooh, yeah. That's rough. But bullish? Hmm, sorta. Year over year is still a pretty big fucking drop, too. Bad data, good. Well, slow down in the economy. That's a big fucking mess. But building permits have been down for like the last 3 months. It's not a fucking shocker that home sales are dropping. Or at least new home sales. That one's tricky. That could really go both ways. I don't know you up 120%. I know it's dog shit, but why is this happening? Because it's illiquid dog shit. I think it's unemployment that's really going to move the needle. I'm not sure unemployment's going to go up, but yeah, labor data is going to be very, very important. Because if labor data tracks with the decline in home sales and the move is too rapid, everyone's going to flip to being bearish on the Fed having done too much. So any jump in unemployment's going to be viewed very negatively, especially if it exceeds the Fed's like long run target. TradingView is bugged and is showing new home sales in the millions. That's fun. Where's all the GTCC and OCC margin going to come from? Well, OCC hasn't implemented the rule yet for zero GTEs, and SIBA is going to fight back tooth and nail against letting any of those margin requirements pass, right? Because it'll mean less of their beautiful, beautiful zero GTE product being traded, which means fewer commissions. I do understand the irony of the Fed having done too much, but that's the way people think. Honestly, it might be the only thing that kills the Bulls' absolute assumption that at some point we're going to get a rate cut. It's just never now. Bulls rate cuts are like GME MOASS. It's always tomorrow. There's no unemployment data this week. Well, there's jobless claims, I think, tomorrow, but no one gives a shit about those. The majority of market participants seem to just oscillate between full bull and, oh my god, it's a recession, right? Like they only have two settings. The scary thing is JPA is such a cuck, he could cut, whereas MOASS is never gonna happen. It's true. Yeah. I'm currently concerned $25 isn't even gonna happen, which would really suck. There's a lot of calls bought for the price action to fail so quickly. Any resistance at 200 for Tesla? Yeah. It's pretty much resistance all the way from 190 to 200. There's some out of the money calls bought yesterday, but not very many. The majority of participants on Tesla are still bearish. Yeah, 195 is still pretty weak. Above 200, there's not much at all. Almost filled the gap. An odd breakdown. Gamma turns positive above 70, so that should be where we run into resistance. Might actually be hard to fill the last part of this gap. Fix back under 13. Vega exposure has been falling off a lot lately. Like $1 billion a day, pretty consistently. Gravy needs to get back over 2 before anything interesting happens. Yeah. I would over leveraged on DVN shares at 52. That's pricey. But I covered and protected my position today, and I'm feeling happy. Okay. DVN's getting a little bit of a reversal on the daily. Off that bounce at 45. Looks like it's doing pretty good. For jam? What do you mean? FSLR looking ready to break down. I mean, a little bit, yeah. There's still like a tiny bit of out of the money support. Like 40, 20. So hmm. Oh, that sucks. What's in Rivian with VW's $5 billion buy-in? I think it has a chance to be a solid long-term play. Eh, no. It might just keep running, though. What's the old saying? Jam yesterday, jam tomorrow, but never jam today. I've never heard this. Is this an Australian thing? Oh, from Alice in Wonderland. Do people not get VW is just going to take their IP? I'm not so worried about that. Rivian's execution has been atrocious, regardless of the amount of capital that they've had, and they've had plenty. They should at least buy some BTC at this point. Pretend to be Elon. That would just be worse, right? That wouldn't be an improvement. I think Ryan Cohen's already found out that the world only has room for one Elon. I'm starting to see more Rivian trucks driving around, and they definitely look better than Cyber trucks. That's not a high bar. I checked. Don't trust the gamma curve. God fucking damn it. Why can't shit just work? Did you figure out what it was? What am I gonna do with my 5350 zero DTs I bought? You son of a bitch. You deserve to lose money on those for your thoughts on gigantic numbers. 93 billion negative gamma was compelling. We should probably also check the source, because the other data set was showing like bought puts at the highest historic level ever. Riven made solid, made and sold 14K cars last quarter. People see them around because they're unique, but no one is seeing a significant amount of them. True. It kind of reminds me of when like Fisker first started up and everyone was buying Fiskers, and then they started lighting people's garages on fire, and then people stopped buying Fiskers. Those were cool looking cars too. No, not really bullish on the June 28th. Mostly bullish on the weeklies at like 25 to 27. I think we're going below 50 today, or stack. Probably stack. I don't know. The auctions could shake something loose, but I would say that we didn't get enough momentum to break 50 this morning. We might not get enough momentum to break 50 until later today or end of today, which isn't super compelling. And then there's just not a lot of upside positioning, right? There's a little bit. Like calls extend out to like 490, but it's weak. Thanks, Rico. How's NVIDIA looking today? Thoughts on positioning there? I don't really want to play it. It's just super erratic lately. I could take a look. The 25s are in the money, but they didn't really get squeezed out very hard. There's a little bit of interest at 30, and then everything falls off really hard. Even a test at 30 looks kind of difficult. So upside resistance is like $3 out of the money. It looks like the majority of that positioning is out in September at 130. Yeah, and for this next OPEX, we're kind of getting to the top of the delta there. Look at gamma. Yeah, people are laying out bets at 130, 140, 150. A little bit at 35. 30 is still resistance. I think the biggest problem with NVIDIA is that there's no downside support, which is what we saw with the last drop. Downside support's very, very weak. A little bit at 120, and then not much at 25. Like one call wall at 25, and then that's it. Below 120, there's just none at all. So it's in very much the same position that it's been for the last year, which is there's a bunch of out of the money sold calls, and if it can squeeze them, it can move up. No problem. What about the bank stress test? Do you think anything will happen? No idea. We'll have to see what the results of it are, right? SUV looks cooler than the truck. Path? I feel like people have asked me about this before. They don't make money? I know Jamie Brook VWAP. Still needs to get above 25. Needs to pick up more delta. Which it's, I mean, it can do here. It doesn't mean it will, though. I'm doing alright, street meet. Looks like Tesla's forming a head and shoulders. Everyone really wants to talk about Tesla today. No, it doesn't. What time frame? Maybe on like the 15. Although it just looks like consolidation. Tesla actually broke through the top of the long-term downtrend at 192.22. I'd say technically that's bullish. I hate John Deere. I don't actually like them. I don't like their business model. I understand that they have an effective monopoly, but I like Cat, but not right now. The approval rating for the Japan finance minister is 17%. Nice. Oh, looks like we did not fill the gap. Red candle. SUX stuck to 54.65. Not anymore. Have you tried cold searing? Yeah, I have. It's not bad. Develops a nice crust. Who asked for higher VIX? I'd like VIX to be substantially higher than 13. I mentioned earlier that NVIDIA looks erratic. What are some tickers that don't look or aren't typically erratic? Generally outside of tech. There's a few tech tickers that aren't wildly erratic, but most of them are. Especially right now. Things like I don't know, out of the Mag 7, I would say that like Apple or Amazon, maybe Google tend to be the most stable. Meta and Nvidia tend to be pretty wild. AVGO is obviously nuts. Things like producer manufacturing, health services, commercial and consumer services, those tend to be a little bit less volatile. Consumer durables, like, yeah, and well, consumer durables that aren't Tesla. Consumer non-durables tend to be not too erratic. Intel isn't erratic. It hasn't moved in like 15 years. Ford is a favorite of option sellers that don't like to make money but like to take risk. So's Intel. Disney used to be. That's not what the bear song is for, Ben. God damn it. The SEC is investigating AI. They're investigating fraudulent claims about AI. The specific incidents was a hedge fund claiming that they had AI that did something that they didn't. What? Really? Yeah. I sold iron butterflies and condors on KO for like a year profitably. That's a nice boring stock. My boring stock for doing that's usually like Apple or Amazon. I enjoy the slightly higher premiums, and I'm usually pretty good at predicting both of them. I've been feeding you guys more Apple like sold positions lately because you guys are just apparently really bad at finding them on your own. Appreciate the Apple credit spread plays. I sold spreads on Apple for like 2 years without ever. Yeah, it was like a 2 year period where it never hit my, like, it never breached my sold put. It's usually a pretty good one for that. Although lately it's been more volatile. It's a bit more dangerous. Not everyone's so confident that they're going to be able to maintain their iPhone sale trajectory forever. When they're having problems with the Chinese market. Yeah, VIX is getting a little spicy. Still just like 57. And today, like 55 doesn't matter as much. It's really just break 50 or not, right? Give me 1 second. What's this? Yeah, rough ES. And you think Fubo would move back up around $2 by the end of the year? I think it's kind of unreasonable that it's at $1.20 after 4 consecutive quarters of beating expectations on earnings. You'd think that it would have moved up, not down. But a lot of people are kind of bearish on the lawsuit. Wow, GME is such a piece of shit. No one ever compel me to play this fucking stock. Every company in the last 6 months has an AI product that doesn't do anything. Yeah. Cool. Tenure now solidly above 4.3. It's a start. Noted, Anthony. Lit Spaceman made it, but it's pretty awesome. Beyond bad McDonald's news. Ooh, rough. I would argue that no companies have AI products, only features and services. Yeah, but features and services being offered as a product, right? I agree with you. Hmm. All right, whoever asked about UiPath earlier, I mean, I'm going to assume that they guided down here. There's nothing new, no tech disruptors, stagnancy and complacency. AI seemed like giant digestive system with similar output. It's kind of dystopian. We found something that will consume infinite resources and produces nothing. Spread is not the only sign of illiquidity. And no, I don't think Jamie's all that illiquid right now. There's a little pressure on its liquidity, but it's still fairly liquid. And from a historical perspective, it's extremely liquid, right? I mean, Cohen just offered up 45 and then 75 million shares. The fact of the matter is that GME may never be as illiquid as it was on like May 2nd again. JFresh really missed the opportunity to contaminate AI. He just needed to get Siri to start talking to Alexa to feed each other garbage. It's not too late. One could argue that shitposting itself is the perfect way to defeat AI, because you contaminate all the data with sarcastic answers and wry responses. And much like an autistic person, AI has trouble with sarcasm. Holy Vic short. Yep. Consumes infinite resources and produces nothing. That's my cousin Billy that my aunt kicks out and then takes back in bi-monthly. Does he play WoW? Volume has nothing to do with liquidity. Well, it does, but not in the way that you're thinking. We could absolutely go back to sub 2 million volume days. Can someone link the Beyond News? I could try to find it. I don't really see any news. My municipal bonds are up. Haha! And still trading at a fat discount to NAV. This is excellent. I didn't even notice this. Rism with the tism. Honestly, it's a sad commentary on something awful Reddit and other communities that they haven't shitposted AI into oblivion yet. It is possible that the AI just hasn't been trained on that data yet. SLB's taking a hit. Okay. I have leaps. I don't care. I already wrote my dissertation on liquidity. All the information's there. Usually possible that AI was trained on the data, and they immediately called it grok. UCO is down. Oil's down. Any links in Discord? I don't know. What are you looking for? Most of my shit's pinned to my profile. Or in my profile. It's not that hard to find. Did you read When the River Runs Dry? That's it. That's that's everything. That's everything you need to know. How long do you think the yen can stay that low? Until the BOJ raises? Or can another event shake that currency? Hmm. Yeah, if the there was a big hit to the collateral in that trade. So if US yields jumped really hard, otherwise just yeah, just the yen. Hmm. Delta's still a little bit positive here. Charm's not so negative. Vol's getting shorted down. Might fill the gap on this if they can push it enough. Hmm. Bond vol up, FX vol up, VIX down. Makes sense. Yep. Are bulls winning? They've got a shot to close the gap here, if nothing else. Still have to get above like 54.70 to get any kind of run. But I think they're pretty well positioned to push it here. Dispersion's not picking up a lot today. So a little bit more weakness in tech after yesterday's absurd leverage up. Bond vol still kind of ticking up. RSP's way down, Dow's down, Russell's down. So no breadth to speak of. No breadth, and then like not a lot of money flowing into tech right now. Like NQ's just, you know, Amazon and Apple. A little bit Tesla. Kind of carrying a lot of fucking dead weight. The dollar's almost at 106. Lol, arm. Yeah. Poopy. I want to make so much money on municipal bonds. Look at this shit. Tax free, baby. Are you recruiting any platform engineers for your trading data platform? We have some. But if you feel that you're qualified, you could always send me a DM. If bond profits weren't tax-free, well, they're not all tax-free. There's no state taxes on treasuries. But yeah, it'd still be pretty heavily invested in them. Do you know which municipalities you're supporting? I don't care. I mean, if anything, Jersey needs the money, right? Time to short regional banks. That's a pretty broad brush. Oh, and Q's negative again. And dollars over 106. Fantastic. I wish the dollar would get to something reasonable. Like 113. I was looking for things that were pulling back out of renewable energy. Specifically utilities. Which is actually a few of them. And he is up 40%, and you're going to be so rich. But when GME goes up $1, you disparage the poors. GME doesn't pay a 7% dividend that's tax free. You know they're unstable. Yeah. GME's got like a reverse dividend going on. You buy the stock and then Cohen sells it. I don't like HE. It might get a pop, but I don't like it like long term. I think they're gonna fucking destroy public equity. Especially if the outcome of the lawsuit starts to be negative. They're gonna do it like PG&E did and fuck all their shareholders over. Boston Consulting Group special. Good platform. Okay, cool. Any more downside room on Beyond? Yeah, could drop to about 520 potentially. It's probably more likely to find support somewhere around 6 though. It doesn't tend to generally drop much below that. What's Kekpao talking about next week? I don't know. Banking regulations? I think it's the Senate Banking Committee. Man, the flat days this week are fucking the worst. It's starting to slide back into negative delta. Gamma's still a little bit positive here, though. Oh. Hmm. GME's gonna get some covering now. and bounce off of 24. Lost GN. Should probably move this to wherever GN is, right? Retesting 5520 NES. 54, 59, 53. Futures pushed a lower low. That's not a great look. The video failed 125. Well, that's going to lead to more calls being sold there. Knife catch? We'll see. I'm trying. So far, not the strongest reversal. Is it best to use the 5-minute view to confirm trends? You can. You can also just use more 1-minute candles, right? Like, that doesn't actually matter. It's back to GM. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of put selling here, but not a ton yet. VIX 25 points lower than we were at this level 2 hours ago. Yep. Riddle me this, Pickler. Haven't we as a society evolved past the point of needing pants? These are the kind of intrusive thoughts that you shouldn't be thinking while at work, Popcorn. Where is GME dead? I was pretty willing to sell it below that line. Although it does appear it's getting a tiny bounce. Awesome. One second. Yeah, it looks like the bulls caught the knife. Reversal picked up a little bit of strength. FSLR lost 250. It's kind of a big deal. I don't really think it was enough of a drop to shake off too many of the short calls, though. Hundred and 63 likes with 539 watching. Bruh, what the fuck? Well, now there's 164. So, I don't know. It's too much of an inconvenience for people to hit the like button, dork. Same. Yeah. Have you ever been married but accidentally fell in love with an international pop star? Because I know a guy in that situation. Listen, Lance Bass doesn't have the same feelings about you that you do him, Navy Nuke. I have your like shill. I like the stream every day I make money. It's been a long time since I've liked the stream. What do you do when you blow up your port? Do you just report the stream for violence? Now I have 200 likes. Still less than 50% though, Dork. Thanks, Brett. That's a good idea. You can like any odd number of times. Hmm. Gross, this is gonna fail. Better not. That was such a weak ass bounce. Hmm. Futures 55.35. Hmm. The futures could go ahead and retest this morning's high. That'd be perfect. Why is failure gross? Because it means more chop. I just don't want chop. I don't care. I don't care if the market's bullish or bearish, right? I just I just want it to move in one consistent direction for a period of time, and then it can go in the other direction if it wants to. Here's what I don't want the market to do: move up a dollar, down a dollar, up $1.50, down $2, up a dollar, down a dollar, up a dollar, down a dollar, right? That sucks. But Theta Gang, yeah, but that shit doesn't expire for like 28 days. Isn't that what indexes used to do? No. I usually get fairly stable trends. It's almost like when there's volatility, you get more consistent price movements. And when realized volatility is zero, you get this bullshit. Best I can do is overnight caps. Do you think the potential on GME is gone at this point? No, but it looks really shitty. It did bounce, although it wasn't a very good bounce. And under 25, it's just not that bullish. So if you can tell me how to fix VIX, I'm all fucking ears. The only way vol sellers are going to stop selling as much volatility as they can get their hands on is if they all get blown up really, really hard in a very short period of time. What was volatility like when you had to dress up in a suit and fancy hat and buy your shares on the NYSE floor with pieces of paper? I wasn't like a stock operator in the 20s. It's ridiculous. Actually, volatility from like 2000, let's see, that would have been like 2012, 2011. Volatility was pretty much in a downtrend. But after I started trading, volatility was in an uptrend all the way until like 2022, right? Like VIX 14 was not all that common. Jesse Livermore. Is 28 billion for a 2-year FRN a large amount? I think it's bigger than the last one. You traded at bucket shops in the 30s. How did Vol play into those trades? Thanks, Jade. I remember SQQQ at 25. Jimmy had 50-cent strikes for the last like year and a half. I've never attended a ticker tape parade. I don't know if I'd have an explore. What do you mean explorer name? Like, you mean just my name? Would I have a catchphrase? Do you need one of those to be an old-timey wilderness explorer? You need a cool one. Shit. Well, I'm not prepared for that. Oh, look, Delta's negative again. Mm. Like, Indiana Jones is cool. I guess if you're from Indiana. It's like Freg the Forager always said, leaves of 3, more for me. Former 5th grade American history teacher here, you absolutely need a cool old-timey nickname to be a wilderness explorer. Ferdinand Magellan had a dope name. Also, his catchphrase was impeccable. Ah, I'm dying. Shamey coined it on his deathbed. He wasn't really a wilderness explorer. More of the ocean variety. How much more money does the BOJ have to toss at their dumpster fire? The Ministry of Japan has ample reserves. They may not want to waste them anymore. Where did the bulls go? Why aren't we at 6,000 yet? That's actually a good question. The bulls seem to be running away right now. I think that knife was named after a different Bowie. Not not David. Why is GME not $30 right now? Because it didn't break 25 enough. It's not $18, which is also a possibility. Some people say Bowie knife. That's wrong. It was designed by Resin Bowie in the early 19th century. He was from Sumner County in the Southwest Territory of the U.S. And he died in New Orleans, aged 47. He was an adventurer, treasure hunter, smuggler, slave trader, and land speculator, soldier, inventor, cattleman, sugar planter, and legislator. Doesn't say it was for his brother. Marco Polo, dope name. Great TV show. If bulls get 65, is a gap test likely? More likely, yeah. Getting a little bit of underperformance in NQ. Breath still kind of sucks. Yep. And yields on the dollar are both still rocketing, which isn't probably helping things on the bull side. I wonder how it would feel known for a children's pool game and not as exploration. If the center of the Earth is hot, why is the deep ocean cold? I think the deep ocean is still very far from the center of the Earth. And not all of the deep ocean is cold. There's volcanic vents. That's where the tube worms are. It can be quite hot there. Also, yeah, no sun. Shill? That wasn't a shill statement. Get out of here with your fake geothermal nonsense. What about the hollow earth? Oh, Jesus. Can you draw some lines to spice this stream up? Sure. You know what? I want it there. I wish our culture as a collective responded to conspiracy theories the way Gherk does. What about, oh Jesus? Honestly, you would have been a great explorer. When you died early on from your allergies, your team could cannibalize you. I probably wouldn't have had allergies if I was born in a different century. What are your thoughts on sounding? Ouch. Ugh, not for me. Can you talk about chances of breaking to the upside? Higher if we break out of the consolidation. Is that because you wouldn't have been vaccinated as a child? No? Everything was just dirtier back then. More exposure to allergens during my developmental years. What's the most off topic we could get? That's a good question. I don't know. We've gone pretty far out there a few times. Plus the whole roll of the dice if you ever make it out of the crib. It's true. You're saying your immune system is a product of your environment versus genetic predisposition. Both. Tall Latinas? That's not a thing. You would have died during birth so hard. I was a healthy baby. I weighed like 9.5 pounds. Not you. Oh. Who killed his mom during birth so hard? That's a bowling ball. If we delve into nature versus nurture, I'm leaving. Oh, finally, I know how to get rid of you. £3 of that was just the hog. I guess he didn't like his dad, but it does seem like a roundabout way of getting there. It'd be really cool if this just keeps going up. There's a part of me that wishes that the response to VIX going up was not shorted harder. It needs to break 54.70 to show momentum to get a bigger move to the upside, yeah. If it breaks 70, we're pretty easy test to 80. 80, 85, 90 gets a little bit slumpy though. A bunch of the like out of the money calls fell off this morning when the futures literally just tanked. I have a hypothesis about this efficient market. Can you keep it to yourself? IWM breakout. She still looks like shit. Ooh, EPAM's going up. Yeah. Looks like Nvidia might drive some price action. That's the gap filled. Is the cat okay? I think so. I saw him yesterday. He was getting food and then he ran away. Is there any sense in beginning a beyond position here, or no point until reg show? I mean, I probably wouldn't until reg show. I think they meant JFresh with this Nvidia and market action. Uh, where do you think this slows down? It could test 80. Maybe at 80 it slows down a little bit. Gotta see how out of the money call buying's doing. Out of the money calls are picking up a little bit. Still resistance at like 85, 90. A break of 80 would be very bullish. Fail at 70. They only got 1 billion of the 5 billion promised up front. Huh. Okay. That was the FRN. Distillate stock down. Gas stock up. Crude stocks down. But not as bad as forecasted. I don't see a report for the FRN anywhere. Mm, 0.155. So you got about an hour and a half till the 5-year. You and JFresh had us around or above 5,500 end of day today. Then you had big downs tomorrow. Do we need to get close to 5,500 for those big downs? No, I just expect a pump into the GDP data. Or at least that's why I had like a high near 55 today. Although technically we hit that on ES already, right? In the pre-market. Like what would have been my high for the day, which would have been, up here. Um we already hit that in the pre-market on ES. Like SPX hasn't tested that, but if you look at, hold on, can I copy an object? Yes, I can. So we kind of already did that on ES. I don't know if we'll actually get it on SPX. Is that Monday? Yeah. Oh boy, the rest of that line. Well, that's only if I'm right about the GDP data, which is, I think it's going to still be hot as fuck. And I think sales are still going to be down. I think PCE is still going to be up. But it's the final revision. Changes shouldn't be huge. But we also have durable goods tomorrow, which is another big data set. Is it worth buying WeBull's futures data? If so, level 2 necessary if I just want it for data and charting. I think level 2 is necessary if you want it live. It's cheap. I mean, for futures live data, it's not that bad. I think it's more expensive than TradingView though. I don't remember what TradingView charges for CME. You absolutely do need it live unless you're swing trading. If you're trading intraday, you need it live. Do you suppose Jimmy gets a pump into end of day? Ugh. I don't know. I don't like this level. Like the failure to hold 55, the really hard rejection on the technical resistance, right? It's hard to see. See, it's fucking just right off of it. That's not great, right? And then a loss of 24. There's no fucking support at all. The only thing supporting the downside below 24 is sold puts, and those can start to get squeezy if the price drops too fast. And if the short puts squeeze, the price will tank. Where's the DRS support line? Volume started getting a lot better since people started un-DRSing, right? AQN up 0.42%. I'm a 1-yen. Nice. That's probably going to take some time, but I feel like it's an easy target to hit, right? All they have to do is just be average. I love plays like that. CME bundle on TradingView is cheap. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's that much money. It's like a few bucks a month or something. Also, WeBull's charts just suck. Like, I would never want to use WeBull for charting anyway. It's low risk. It's not low risk. It's high risk. It does have a payout, though, that mitigates some of that risk. And that payout is currently above the risk-free rate. Don't you have to subscribe to one of TV's plans to get the live data? I don't know. I've had TV for a few years now, but that's because I use it. I use so many tickers for the stream, and also we have like code that we're running in TradingView, and so I have to pay for it. I used to not pay for it, but I would also just use my futures broker for futures data. I fucking hate when Webull or TV just changes your lines for no reason. TradingView should never change your lines. I've never had that happen. Are you talking about when futures roll? You can just shift your lines by the spread difference and then back adjust until the contract expires. How much more vol is there left to short? Not much. Yeah, you can connect IBKR to TradingView and share the data. My biggest complaint about TradingView is that it doesn't have any bond data, which fucking sucks. Do I need to know what all those words mean? To ever have a hope to make money trading? No, no. Some of the best traders I know are morons. Like, objectively, they're just extremely stupid people. Great at trading, very dumb. They have a Discord. I think one of them tried to do it once, but I don't think it panned out. The best spy trader I know is actually an idiot. Like, I think he got brain damage when he was a little kid. He got hit in the head with like a golf ball. No. I think a lot of the problem is that a lot of you guys conflate analysis with trading. They're not the same. How's his eyesight? You know what? He's half blind. Go figure. Yeah, people with fewer emotions tend to do better at trading. I find that that's more common in stupid people than, people with psychopaths or other mental disabilities. Thought so. He just does the same thing over and over again, and he never changes his strat. Like, he found a strategy that works. He never fucking changes it, and he's willing to do it 7 hours a day, every day of the week. That's it. Yeah, that's the dude that just sits on his couch. I mean, he doesn't straddle. He fucking like longs and shorts, crossovers on VWAP, on SPY. That's the definition of a trader. Does that even work? It's not even a very successful strategy, but he over leverages it enough that he makes money on it. And yeah, I mean, because if you get an actual breakout on VWAP, you can make a lot of money, right? Like if you get like a big volume move on the breakout, you can make outsized returns. And if you're over leveraged on every single one of the trades, your wins are gonna outweigh your losses. Also, his stops are like crazy tight. Like basically, if it ticks down, he's out. And then if it hits, he follows the trend. But I mean, that's about as advanced as it gets. Never mind, you're losing me on the over leveraging thing. So a coin flip, basically, yeah. It's a coin flip that where like 53% of the time it lands on heads, right? He uses margin. And I don't think he trades options. He could do the exact same thing on futures and he would make more money. But he won't trade futures. He'll only trade SPY. Sounds like the guy who wrote the Best Loser Wins trades. Yeah, he's also a boring fuck. Like in blackjack, go heavy. If you win, run from the table as fast as you can. I mean, if I had to pick a technical signal to trade, and I only had one, it would definitely be VWAP. As far as like moving averages go, it's probably the one that tells you the most about where participants are willing to buy and sell. But I know very few people that are willing to consistently fucking do that over and over and over again. Can you explain how to trade SPY without futures or options? You buy stock. It's SPY is a ETF, so you buy shares of SPY. Excuse me, what? That's what he does. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down. Yep, he just eats all the slippage, buying. Yeah, I know. He is a fucking loser. But he also makes 600 grand a year, so it's not bad. No, I'm not out of EPAM calls. Why would I be out of my EPAM calls? Is EPAM at $210? It isn't. If he traded the exact same strategy that he trades on SPY on ES, he would make like 2 million a year instead of 600K. Stop it. Just stop. What? You know that there's entire funds that are dedicated to like trading just one thing like that. It doesn't sound like an idiot to me. He is. He's like a bot. He's like a human bot. Please have this guy write out his exact strategy. Can you explain a share? It's a single unit of ownership in the equity. Can't he just program an algo to do that? I said he's an idiot. No, I've told him he's an idiot in real life. He wouldn't be offended. This doesn't sound like gambling at all. I hate it. Oh, it's definitely gambling. I said spy. It's not SPX. He said spy. You call me an idiot all the time. Do I? Yeah, probably. If you won't use an algo, is reliably profitable, doesn't deviate from strategy, meanwhile does not touch grass, then yeah, on the spectrum. Yeah, he also doesn't hedge his like 5,000 blocks of shares. So sometimes he just goes at short at VWAP, gets reversed on, and loses 20 grand. Is that the dude that sits on the couch watching Netflix? Yep. He also refuses to trade trending markets. How many trades a year? He trades it intraday. So he just plays chop, pretty much. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the nature of VWAP, right? If you have like a trend day on SPY, you don't cross VWAP. You just VWAP just stays slightly below price. Can't argue with his results. It's so boring. You can, because most people will never sit down and do that. Like, there's funds that employ similar strategies, but they just use an algorithm. Like, nope, they're not wasting human time watching that all day. Let me guess, he never spends any of those profits. Oh no, he does. He lives like way beyond his means. He's horrible at managing his money. And then he doesn't know what to do with his money once he makes it, and he just sticks it in like a checking account. Yeah. Bring him on the Sunday stream. I could ask him. No, I don't think he knows that I stream. I haven't talked to him in a couple, well, not a couple of years. I guess it's been about a year now. It's not Dork. He doesn't like stocks, so he won't buy and hold them. I feel like I've told you guys about this before, right? He's probably got, like, I don't know, 2 million or 2.5 million with leverage in his account. Or at least I assume he's not using a cash account. He used to use Tasty. I don't know who he uses now. You think if I listened to the stream live instead of always staying 7 minutes and 41 seconds behind, I could have 2 million as well. I don't know, maybe. Probably a good idea to be present in a live market. There's people in the pickle jar who've made $1 million. You guys act like it's a big deal. He still works in finance. I'm pretty sure he's trading on a margin account because he's buying such big blocks. Like, he definitely has portfolio margin and probably, what, 2.5 to 5 million worth of leverage. There's wealth, and then there's New York wealth. Huge difference. He lives in Rhode Island. He knows what options are. I don't think he understands how they work. He thinks they're too complicated. I've tried to explain things to him before, but he's very set in his ways. Is that why they say your first million is the hardest? Honestly, you start to get a lot of momentum above like 50K. Well, it's 600K a year minus broker fees and taxes, right? So probably somewhere closer to the mid threes take home. He has a degree in something. I don't remember what it was. It was boring. Political science or something. He sounds like a human doing instead of a human being. Hmm. Let me get another move up here. I do kind of like that. 90? Jesus. When I was down 50K, it only took a couple days to make it 100. Tell me it's a theatrical dance degree. No, I think it's like history or something like that, or like some specific history degree. Double top here? Maybe. Although it does look like we're picking up more momentum to the upside. We're definitely getting out of the money call buying. VN's up at like 54.90, so you don't have to worry about that. Biggest risk here would be slipping back below 70. Otherwise, I think bulls are in a pretty good position. IWM's still pretty weak, though. How's Dow doing? Mm, Dow looks okay. A lot better than it did yesterday. Apple's still pushing up 215. Amazon's doing pretty good. Microsoft broke 250 or 450. Meta's back above 510. Mm, AVGO's up a little bit today. Carvana is now $9 above Gamma Max. Nvidia's still doing kind of shitty though. And losing 25 is going to be tough because it's going to accumulate more short calls. Hmm. If we slip below 54.70, how far can we slide? 55.50 again? Definitely back below GN. So at least 59.57. Where we slipped to earlier. '58 seemed to have some decent support today. That kind of makes sense. 50's really supportive, but it's kind of hard to get there. We need a lot of momentum on a drop. Right now, this still looks quite bullish, though, right? Especially if we push a new high. Theatrical dance sounds hard. Next time I lose my job, will you give me your spy friend's info so I can trade 7 hours a day and make 600K? Do you want to know how to? I can show you guys how to do it. It's not that hard. The hard part is the risk management and the taking profits, right? So what he'll do is like, does this have it? Hold on, let me see if this has VWAP bands. Might not. Oh, it does have VWAP bands. I don't know what these are set at. I assume they're one standard deviation. Hold on, let me turn off the EMAs. So he'll just trade this, right? And he'll just start buying like this test, right? And then I'll buy on the test at VWAP. He'll buy on the next test at VWAP. And then he'll sell here. Right here. Are those offset? Hold on. Let me see why that's not working. Filters. Fit to screen. Okay. That's a little bit off. Yeah, so the initial buy would be like here on the test, right? So he'd probably end up buying like not like the actual test, but like the confirmed bounce. So like the open of the next candle. So he'll buy, you know, like 1,000 shares or 2,000 shares at 53.80, right? Or 543.80. And then he'll buy again on the retest at VWAP, right? So he'll buy at the test at VWAP. So what was that? 544. Then he'll buy on the retest, which is like another 544. So he's got about like 3,000 shares here. And then he'll just sell when it touches the outer bound to the upside. And I think he puts his stops at like 15 cents. He'll follow the trend a little bit, but he'll start scaling out on that test, right? The second that tests, he's going to be, you know, he's going to sell like 60%. And then if it, you know, if it continues each new high, he'll sell off like 10% more. And then first red candle, the whatever remains of the position gets dumped. Same thing to the downside. So like on a retest of the band, right? He would short here, right? And then as long as that stays within his stop, he'd short again, and then on a test of VWAP, he'd close everything. I don't know if this is the same I don't know what their default standard deviation is. I think it's just 1. I think he might use like 1.25 or something like that. How do you short without using options? You sell shares that you don't own. The disconnect between Gherkin and the audience here is palpable when people are like, oh my god, and Gherkin says he's an idiot with a boring, unoptimal strat. Yeah. It's really not that great. He's just extremely disciplined. So his he's got a weak edge, but he's able to stick to it. And can we just buy 10 spy calls? It doesn't work for calls, right? The moves aren't notionally large enough. I think this might be the only line that matters on SPX right now. We lost 70, which is already kind of bad, but I guess they could try to reverse it. Mm. $12.44. Yeah, that's shitty. I wonder if this is all just call side profit taking, because it doesn't look like anyone's selling calls. At least not a lot of them. Charm's a little bit positive here, barely. How's the move large enough for SPY shares but not SPY calls puts? Because you're not getting a dollar change, so your intrinsic. I mean, if you buy long dated calls and puts, you could use them, but otherwise you're not going to get enough of a change in your intrinsic, or well, maybe you could do it with extrinsic value. In the money. Yeah, shares have a delta of 1. How would you do it on futures? Futures is more complex because you have, well, first of all, you have ticks, right? Instead of, moves by the penny, so you have to have wider stops. Um but yeah, I mean it can be done on futures. There's a little more head hunting going on by the there. SPY is pretty liquid. But the same way, right? I mean, you wouldn't really deviate from. You just have to make some adjustments to your risk management. I like Wednesday Gherk the best. Monday Gherk stayed up too late prepping for the week. Tuesday Gherk is mad about the market not doing exactly what he wanted to start the week. Thursday Gherk is thinking about Tinder thoughts. Friday Gherk stayed up too late prepping for the weekend. Sometimes the gamma ramps, but yeah, you can run into a lot of situations where unless you're in the money or you're buying a lot of theta, you wouldn't get enough of a change in value to make it worth selling. And then you've got to be in the money and have tight spreads, which is tough, right? It really is a strategy that benefits from using, shares or futures. Bulls probably don't even know there's an auction. Maybe not. Or they just don't have high expectations for the auction. We're still like an hour off. And a pullback here is bad, but it's not the end of the world. Is the auction at 1? Yeah. Yeah. Where's my computer clock wrong? Hold on. What the fuck? This doesn't make any sense, Huckleberry. Big sell-off, support at 65. 65 is not that supportive. We might get support at 65, but positioning, there's not much there. I don't know why my computer clock's in a different time zone. Why is WeBull's working? Would you like my thoughts as to why your computer clock isn't properly synced? Yeah, that'd be cool. Well, the sync is off, first of all. That fixed it. Your viewership is my lagging indicator for meme stocks. Nice. I would never move to the Midwest. Yeah, the 5-year auction is 70 billion. I did. I lived in Indiana for like 3 months. It was awful. I'm glad that I'm all the Midwest you need in life, Gherk. You're welcome. Like a true Midwestern wife. I will never leave. That's just because you want first dibs on the fun. Could be an attack of some kind that leverages unsynced clocks. One of the benefits this allows the attackers to delete the logs of their activity. Okay. I'll run a check, I guess. I did do like 8 months of Windows updates last night. Like a responsible personal computer owner. I lived in Illinois briefly when I was a child too, with my grandma for like a few months. Illinois. Carl, you live in Illinois. Chicago? No, no, no. Far worse. Rural Peoria. Like, what the fuck was the name of that town? Washingtonville? There's fucking nothing there. Okay, actually, ew. Yeah, it was terrible. But it was like over the summer. I lived in Shelbyville? I don't know where the fuck that is. It was like outside of East Peoria. I could probably find it. Yeah, it's like south of Peoria. On the other side of the river. Someone buying the fuck out of BTU $22 leaps. Hmm. Next resistance at 237. Or are we going back to 200? Next support on CAT is 240, then 220. Or FSLR, sorry. One sec. Previous 4.553. Hold on. Yeah, no tail on it. You want to look at the WI yield before the auction, which was 4.335. Auction was 4.331. I wonder if that'll cool off bonds enough for today for bulls to get a pump here. It might. Might not. Dollar's still way the fuck up. And maybe that nobody gives a shit what the 5 years at. Market is one of the largest indicator hubs for Nielsen audio ratings. Oh, interesting. Is it because they're the most boring people in the world? Swear to God, Greg has more people come to his door in a week than I ever have living in an apartment. Do you not have things delivered to your apartment? I got a pair of socks today. Uh, a new pair of shoes. I got pickleball rackets. I'm gonna go play pickleball with my friend at his gym. Have you played before? I played tennis when I was younger. I'm sure it's not that much harder. Way easier than tennis. Mm. Well, Equinox. Also, no, he's got a membership somewhere else. I have a membership at Equinox, but I don't want to go there. It's full of like fitness influencers filming themselves and each other. It's a very weird dynamic. And I could go to the one uptown, but it's too far away. And I don't know how to cancel the membership, so I just keep paying them. I didn't get shoes specifically for pickleball. And then the socks I bought were they're like wool socks. Someone suggested to me, and I'd been thinking about them the last couple of days. And then I bought them. That's why my name is still green too. Motherfucking tough stocks. No, they're called darn tough, or darn. Is that right? That sounds right. It's like a joke on wool. Fun fact, one of the top 10 reasons people have an OT appointment with my wife is because of the pickleball injuries. Mainly old people because they think they're still young and fuck some stuff up. Well, I fortunately am still young. And I don't plan on overexerting myself. Ever. Well, I'll find out if. But Greg still plans on seeing your wife. Injinji merino wool toe socks. I love toe socks. Fun fact, pickleball originated in retirement homes to keep old people active. Perfect. The trick to not overexerting yourself is to just not go. But I'm getting fat, Gaff. And I need to start moving about before I get trader ass. I'm not going to take Ozempic. I'll just develop a cocaine habit if I wanted to lose weight that badly. I lost 60 pounds when I got on Adderall. I don't think I need to be more focused on things. You can focus on sleeping by staring really hard at my bed. Bank stress test is in after hours. Yeah. I'm putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable. I'm not a pill guy, but Adderall is awesome. That's something a pill guy would say. Bulls have to be able to get a leg up here, right? Got some positive charm, a little bit of delta.
Lifetime Fitness is basically a mini vacation resort for $250 a month. Are you talking about the one by Penn Station? It's like a nice little post earnings recovery. What do you got, Jorg? Oh, nice. Look at you. Are you trading again? De-risking? Maybe. That was a big futures dump. Although, pretty good support on 25. It might just reverse. Is EPAM about to explode? I don't know. Pretty bullish consolidation, right? Or a head and shoulders. We'll see. Buyers were pretty willing to come in and support 182 prior to the drop. So if we can push through profit taking at 192, yeah, it can probably move up a lot. The video investor presentation shows that spread between non-GAAP and GAAP financials is closing. The figures are much closer in 24 than they were in 23. Does that impact your thoughts about what? GS analysts are predicting 200 on it. On what, EPAM? Like, you think they're the next Enron? I mean, yeah. It's not because those sales aren't real. It's because of how they get the sales. Right? They're effectively loaning the money for the purchase of their own product. Shh, sorry. Were we keeping that a secret? So GS analysts are predicting 200 on EPAM. It should go to what? Either 250 or 100. I think you've already said too much. Damn it. Is he gonna Boeing me? If you were gonna get an SPX 5000P, what date would you pick? Probably October or December. Jensen just needs to sign some bubble bots next, and it's all good. Boeing's in court, they'll Boeing someone if they feel like it. So I think so. Not really, but it's the misinterpretation that Reddit prefers. That makes sense. After elections, remember elections. Better before the election, I think. If we don't get back over 75, charm is going to keep bleeding. Delta's negative here. Dow is now green on the day. Russell's down a bit more. RSP's still down 52 points. QQQ is down 9. Oil's back up again.
I still don't know how people can make the claim markets don't crash in election years, especially when they just look up a chart. Yeah, it's tough. And yet they make the claim anyway. Gaff, how are you feeling about the bump in munis? Super bullish, right? Is there a scenario where stress test results result in extremely bullish price movement? Even if it's unlikely, I don't think it would be extremely bullish. I mean, the current assumption is that banks are doing great. Oh, look, some super stonker on Pickle Financial just discovered what implied volatility is. That's nice. Hold steady or ouchie downs. I think there's actually I mean, there's still a call ramp here. If bulls can push it up over the hump, they could definitely run SPX up quite a bit. The question is, can we get over the hump? Maybe not. I think if they were going to intervene, they probably would have already. Maybe like 162. I don't know. They dumped billions last time and it fucking didn't do a goddamn thing. I don't know what options flow services option strat offers. I just use it for pricing positions, but no. I find options flow to be fucking useless. It's like watching the MBBBO and thinking that somehow there's alpha there. There's exceptions to that, but yeah, I think most of those services are just useless.
There's a possibility that like flow in conjunction with other data could be useful, but they don't offer anything else. They just offer flow, which is useless by itself. Right, so we're still needing a healthier pullback to open up some upside range. I mean, VN's still stuck fairly close to spot, right? Like SPX VN's at 54.90 today, 54.89. It actually moved down closer to spot from yesterday. So yeah, I mean, if if bulls want to get a lot more upside out of the market, they're going to need probably a bigger pullback or a very extended period of stability with not a lot of vol selling, which doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Hard to decipher if bot sold will just flow. I mean, technically not possible. But I mean, bought and sold is always an assumption, no matter what you do, unless you're the market maker. It's always going to be an assumption. It's just that, like, bid ask is a terrible assumption. I mean, I mean, this is why we decided to start our own data service because options data services, all of them that I've come across at least, and that's quite a lot of them. They all do the same thing, right? They all just take the data that they're getting and redirect it to customers, and then upsell the data basically, right? But they're not really changing anything, right? They're generally websites designed by computer programs, not quantitative analysts, right? So they're just shifting the course of the data from one stream to a consumer, and there's nothing done to it, right? It's just raw fucking useless data. And you can look at all of that you want. You can confirm biases on it, right? I mean, it's visually striking, but it doesn't actually do anything. Like when a fund is bringing in options data like that, they're analyzing the data, right? They're applying formulas to it. It's going into models, and then there is an output, which is uh, possibly actually useful. But none of these services do that. What's gamma max on Micron? I don't know. Let's find out. Do they have earnings tonight? Looks like the chain is super stacked to the upside. $154. Auction had no tail. It wasn't mute. It was slight improvement. All of those flow services, you can see the info on ATP, on time and sales and option stats. Yeah. It's like, oh look, somebody placed a big trade. But you don't know any of the trades around that. You don't know any of the hedging. Like it's such useless information, right? Like maybe somebody bought, 50,000 of the 5,500 call in SPX, but they've also sold, you know like a series of puts at every expiration, and you don't look at those, right, because they're not aggregated. It's just like little 100 blocks, right? So you might only see one half of the positioning or a quarter of the positioning. You have no fucking clue. EPAM VWAP failure? Are you day trading it? You expecting downs tomorrow? I mean, if GDP data doesn't well, it's the final print for quarter one, but yeah, I would say if GDP data is revised down from where it was, especially sales, like corporates, profits, and sales, that could be very bearish. If PCE is revised up even more or just stays flat, that could also be bearish. If quarter one growth comes in stronger than expected, that could also be bearish. Basically, anything that would uh, increase like inflation break evens is going to be pretty bad, right? Because we're like the market's pretty close to being at max leverage, right? And any drop in yields is going to reduce that leverage, the available leverage. So honestly, the GDP revision tomorrow needs to be kind of just flat on the prior one. Because if we get growth at like 3.5 or 3.6, or the GDP price index is up, that's going to be pretty bad. We also have durable goods at the same time, so it's going to probably be volatile either way. Everyone's projecting like a big drop in durables, which might be true, but may not. And if durables are up, that's going to send inflation expectations up as well. Especially because they're so sticky. It was a pretty strong drop. All of the moves on EPAM are like outsized because it's so illiquid. It's not that big of a deal. Not a lot of volume on it. Interestingly, most of EPAM's volume is overnight, at least lately. Accumulation, maybe? No, yeah. I mean, continued accumulation. What's your expectation Friday with the JPM collar roll? Do we get large moves in both directions? We could. Yeah, it could drive a lot of volatility. Depends where they roll it. I expect the puts will be closer to spot than the calls, which can have an impact. It'd have more of an impact if we were below gamma neutral when they roll it, but we'll see. We'll see where it is. I think if Nvidia comes in here and helps push NQ up, that would. I mean, Dow's doing okay. Like if Dow and NQ can get some momentum behind them, that should be good for ES. Oil's kind of supportive right now. Oil's been moving back up, so that's gonna help energy. Dollar is still high, but it fell back below 106. And yields softened a bit, although there still does look like there's a lot of demand on the 6-month and 2-year. But the five backed off a little since the auction. It seems that AT&T long-term trends show it has a hard time around this price point. Yeah, it has historically a few times. Although up from here starts to fill that like March gap down, which is nice. I think the reversal looks pretty good out on the daily. I might run into some sellers, but I feel like it's more likely to run into sellers at 20 than at 18, 19. Especially if you look further back, right? Remember, a lot of people have been holding AT&T a very, very long time. Ooh, I forgot to turn drip off on that. Oh, okay, that's fine. I should turn it off, though. Hmm. Sorry, I'm trying to figure something out here. Six is pretty flat there. Momentum's starting to fall off a bit. So this needs to find support or build support at 65, and then it might, maybe we could get a reversal from that point, but it's starting to look like it's going to trade flat to the end of the day unless some more positioning comes in. 1 second.
All right, where were we? Secret jaw rule, DD. Oh, dork. Swill, welcome aboard, man. Yeah, hit me up on the Discord if you need added. I'll help you get set up. Thank you. You know, TDS might be getting close to being done. You think Amazon can hit 200 off of FedEx's earnings? It's possible. There's interest up there. Honestly, DDS's persistently expanding margins finally slowed down. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance it could pull back. It's a slim chance, but... So if I remember from the weekend stream, Amazon looked kind of bullish, right? Or at least not bearish at all. Gamma Max on Amazon right now is at like 193 though. And I'm pretty sure it's already pushing above that. Yeah. I don't know how sustainable that's going to be. Yeah, maybe two. Maybe two. There is a lot of interest at 200. Although I could see it falling back to 90 really easily. Amazon announced they're opening a Temu-like discount section on their market. Oh, just what people need, more garbage. Who's buying that fucking crap? Zoomers? Huh. Gherkin bulls suck. They really do.
I feel like the customer basis has to be unique, right? Like you have to be uneducated, have money to blow. And want to fill your house with garbage. I used to be an entrepreneur. I would buy $10 NFL knockoffs from China, then sell them on eBay for $50. Plus, then eBay kicked me off for false advertising the jerseys as authentic. You're lucky you didn't get sued. The NFL can be pretty ruthless. I was still in high school. You could have gone after your parents. The NFL would send a cease and desist before it's suing. Kind of depends on how much money you're making, right? My buddy was buying 5 to 10K of Nike socks from China in college and selling them for 2 to 3x profit until customs flagged him. What if you misspell authentic? Is it still false advertising? The whole market's about to blue ball power hour. Hmm. Just watching money flow back and forth between Apple and Nvidia, and taking pride in what a robust economy we have. Boomers micromanaging their ports. Is this going to be one of those Gert can't believe that he 10x'd his dead 0 DTE out of the money calls? Probably not. But maybe. That's the fun of 0 DTE out of the money calls. Are those 5490s? Yeah. There's nothing wrong with me. Mostly July, poopy. I have shares too. Go long AVGO again? Too soon. Probably. You don't remember all the 2022 EPAM plays? EPAM was a fucking cash cow that year. We're gonna pump? Not from this price, we're not. Meta doesn't have earnings. What the fuck is GoEV going up and getting more illiquid at the same time? Do you own GoEV? I could end up owning GoEV. I have a bunch of leaps on it. I still keep an eye on Upstart. It's got a bit of a cap at 23 here, though. And it's still pretty liquid. I feel like I covered it going up a little bit this week, but unless it breaks out above like 25 or something, it's not gonna do anything crazy. QQQ isn't at 500. It seems like your fault. Have you been buying more of it and telling your friends? There must be a video from you talking about the stages of Reg Show. Okay, there might be footage of me talking about the stages of Reg Show. Wait, when the fuck did GoEV go back on Reg Show? No, it's not. I love how the 2x long and 2x short NVIDIA ETFs are both on Reg Show. Dork, I have a theory about levered ETFs being on Reg Show for individual tickers. Well, no, not crime. They can't sell enough options to maintain NAV. They don't need to worry about that. Most of them are swap based, right? I think they use them to break correlation in the dispersion baskets. so they can remain like net short on, one section of the whole trade. Because net short, you don't need a lot of fails. You just don't want the fund to be audited. So they're over short? Kind of. Like, say, semis, right? You want to go long NVIDIA, long AVGO, long Micron, long ARM. You gotta go short something, right? So why not AMD? Yeah. And if you can use the levered ETFs to break the active fund correlation with the rest of the basket, then the stock you're short will just sit there while you maintain max leverage. Then you can pump everything else. That's why I get paid the big bucks, dork. Dork, if you ever do get the big bucks, we're gonna have to hire somebody to make sure that you don't run off into the wilderness with a bag of mushrooms. Dibs. Alright, you're hired. This is what you gotta do. If Dork gets stressed out and tries to run off into the wilderness, you have to just like hug his legs so he can't walk. How could Bears Longvol exploit the levered ETFs on Rig Show? They could break the anti-correlation, but it would be insanely expensive. I don't think anybody cares, right? But mostly everyone's going to pile into the same side of the trade. So you need like a contrarian trade that was specifically seeking to blow that up. And they would have to have an enormous amount of capital. But I think it just happens sometimes anyway, right? Like, I think that happened on AMD like earlier this year when it squeezed up like like fucking what was it? It was like $50 or something like that. My girlfriend does a pretty good job of that, but I may just convince her and Gordon to come to my side. No, Bob, you can't be the keeper of Dork. You guys have burned through too many pork chops. Bear flag or constipation? It's not a bear flag. Don't listen to him. There's no rent in the yurt. What happens if someone takes Jimmy for a walk? It goes down in like 95% of scenarios. There. We could go even further out. We could go out to October. Chart is a bannable. You're a bannable offense. Why hasn't EPAM paid for my Range Rover yet? I was waiting till you sold to buy more. Do you still have a gold position? I just bought a metal detector. No, but I want to get one. I was thinking about looking for support around 2300. A gold position or a metal detector? Both. You get a free metal detector if you buy enough gold futures. Could we get a face ripper into close? Sure. Will we? Unlikely. We can't afford Greece. Not the country. Are they tapping back into dispersion? Not a lot. But a little. I think it could be like a question of leverage here, though. I mean, yields are still moving up. Dollars back above 106 again. The euro's way down. The pound's down even more. I can hire somebody to dig when I find stuff. Go on like Angie's List. Yeah, here you go, hamburger helper. But Amazon found resistance at 95. How often do you read documents that dense? As often as I can. You couldn't possibly be any more dense than you currently are, Hamburger Helper. Kirk's sharing his own paper. We know your true name now. Andre. Eigenvalues? Yuck. It's kind of nuts that no one's reacting to value names like HD getting crushed and consumer spending dropping. Well, it's okay because Costco's up, right? Was it you or JFresh that said they wanted to keep this week flat and boring to do uppies next week? I believe that was JFresh. Although I will say that they're not accomplishing the goal of opening up the upside range. At least not much. Calling it Premio from now on? Oh god. Tell me not to short Costco. Why? I'm short Costco. Do you have to dig in random places? Yeah. This one I just had saved. Working Amazon delivery in the summer is horrible. Urinating in bottles every shift is horrible. You gotta get one of those, like, urine bags that you can strap to your leg. Performance catheters. Amazon sells them. But it won't be mobile enough to move around and hop out of the van. Yeah, you will. It's just like a little cup that goes over the tip of your wiener. And then it's got a tube. And then the tube goes to a bag on your thigh, which you can relieve yourself in. Urinating bottles for free. You need a still suit from Timu.
Just piss on the floor. I'm compiling a list of annoying questions for when GoEV breaks $2. Why? I'm not going to answer them. Is SPX losing momentum? Yeah. But it's been doing that all day. I'm not sure if that's inherently bearish. It might be. I think if I lose 65, though, my 90s aren't going to print. Oh well. I left for 2 hours and we're still trading at 54.65. What the fudge? Bulls kind of suck. I mean, they're shorting a lot of vol, but they're not doing the pumpies. I'm gonna assume because no one wants to buy any of this shit. Yeah, VIX looks terrible. It really does. I hope you've been doing well during these trying economic times. Remember back when I was a young man in Bulgaria with nothing but a Bulgarian bulge and a dream? Anyway, this is getting sort of off topic, but I did want to ask you a serious question. Is Gary Vee gonna break $2? Oh my fucking god. Maybe. You know what's after $2? 250. You get fucking wrecked, dork. I don't know where JC is. He's sad that GME is not up and he didn't sell. I assume. It's so worth the $3 to destroy you like that. I didn't answer it though. I just said maybe. It's not an answer. Your face did all the talking. Mm. Hmm. That was not very interesting. Oh, it did reverse. Okay. No, it's not at all-time highs, but it's high. 30-year highs. Bulls need to stop playing and bust out the god candles. Yep. I think I should go back to swinging mag 7 leaps for Delta. Not as profitable as nailing moves with low theta calls, but I had Amazon 185 Cs for last Friday. They barely broke even. Now look. I mean, in all fairness, this is largely just due to FedEx's earnings, right? And some like announcements. This wasn't really due to positioning on the chain or anything. Oh, just 30-year highs. No big deal. Yeah. It's just like the world's fourth largest economy. Who cares if we blow up their currency? What are they going to use it for? Market needs some Haktua. Yeah, but what about Hawk Tuna? I don't know if that pairs well. I wonder if Bird of Prey still tastes like chicken. Has anybody here ever eaten an eagle? No, I'm a patriot. Thank you. That's big illegal. I didn't say it had to be a bald eagle. Pick one that's not endangered, right? Oh, here we go. No, that's not real. Two men cited for killing and planning to eat American bald eagle. Oh, here we go. How can I legally eat a bald eagle? This is perfect. If you stand perfectly still with your mouth open and the bald eagle flies directly into your mouth, you cannot be prosecuted for that.
So you just have to chum your mouth. Bird flu. Hmm. Apparently, their meat is tough in texture and gamey in flavor. What if you accidentally hit one with your car? Straight to jail. This looks kind of bullish. I feel like that should be the membership level before below Cornichon, mouth chum. I swear, officer, the bald eagle flew into my shotgun pellets that I was randomly shooting into the sky. All of its feathers fell off, and it landed in the deep fat fryer I just happened to have. Listen, it's simple. If you want to eat an eagle, you go to Canada or a third world country, right? Go out where there's nobody else, find an eagle, eat it. Do you guys think that there's like a CSI team out there trying to figure out if you ate a fucking eagle or not? I didn't say it was going to be enjoyable, Deganoth. It's almost as simple as your governmental reform plan. There wasn't a plan in there. Nice try. That's what I thought. Or just eat one in the US and keep your mouth shut. You know people kill other people and sometimes eat them and just get away with it. Every day. Thousands of them. Well, not every day, but thousands a year. And you think people are worried about fucking eagles? I mean, I'm not advising anybody to eat an eagle. It sounds like you could catch some pretty serious zoonotic diseases. But as a hypothetical possibility, you could definitely eat one. Poachers always get caught hundreds of miles away from civilians, right? I've never eaten an eagle. Although, admittedly, curious, right? I get so tired of chicken, and turkey is not much better. People break laws every day. I'm out here with an ice cream cone in my back pocket. Those are the kind of hijinks that'll land you in jail one day, Mr. Grey Pubes. I don't always poach. What I do? I post it on Facebook. It's just like I don't understand that. Do people think that like people are out there just committing crimes and immediately getting caught? Have you guys ever met a police officer? It's not even a numbers game. I heard you can chuck donuts at them and they'll leave you alone. I'm looking at a New York police officer right now. Is he just not doing anything? I saw one scratching his ass over by the subway the other day, and then he smelled his fingers. Of all the things that you can do in public, you should never sniff your fingers. There's no good story behind that. I bet he makes 250K a year, too. Probably not. Did you guys like grow up with parents that were like, ah, if you do that, you're gonna get caught immediately? Several cops, lieutenant, captain, in Berkeley are making 600K a year. Why aren't you a cop then? In the criminal justice system, eagle offenses are especially heinous. The detectives who investigate these felonies are known as the Special Raptor Crimes Unit. These are their stories. I know a guy who's been selling cocaine, not well, for like 20 years. He's never been to jail. I don't think he's ever left his apartment. How does he do it? I don't know. He just sells cocaine. It's not me. AI has summarized the chat. See Discord General. A group of people are joking around and speculating about eating different birds. They make various comments about the taste of different birds, such as eagles and ostriches. Some of them even suggest trying to catch and eat an eagle. Perfect. Popcorn wanted to know how far off topic we could get. Well,
Earlier today, people are discussing investing with some mentioning stocks like OZMP, MOASS, and Amazon. Others are talking about physical fitness, mentioning rowing machines, stand up desks, and the use of Adderall as a weight loss aid. The stream really has everything. What an awesome place to hang out all day. Can we talk about vaginal yogurt? Not again. Please. I had overdue library books in Brooklyn. And when I moved to Long Island, I was under the impression I couldn't revisit Brooklyn for at least 10 years. Just a question, is that where you turned in your black card and they gave you a pair of boat shoes? Was that part of that same transaction? TOS doesn't have the MOASS ticker. Is this crime? Probably. The AI chat summary is going to revolutionize our economy. Someone just needs to breed eagles for food, right? I mean, that's what I'm getting out of it. Feed them Adderall to keep them from getting too fat. No, I've never eaten an eagle. I was just curious about the taste. You have? Oh, interesting. It doesn't sound good. Probably a lot of bioaccumulation of heavy metals, too. Have we talked about vaginal yogurt before? Yeah. And vaginal yeast baking as well. It was like a whole 2-day conversation. Good times, good times. Kirk found a loophole on how to eat an eagle. I did, yeah. You can't exercise the sold option. You're selling the rights to exercise to the buyer. $50 end of day for what? SPX? Let's see. Yeah, I know what you mean. Delta moved back to negative here, but I feel like they're just going to try to support.
this level into close. No one's buying anything or really selling much. The further out of the money calls have largely fallen off. There's still some call interest at 75. If we slip 60, probably downhill from there. Nice. That's awesome, pudding flaps. Well, that's because they fed ChatGPT and Eagle. If drugs were a legally traded commodity, what percent of your port would it be? I just buy 0 DTs on Friday. Also, taking delivery sounds inconvenient. You have to chum your mouth, and if the eagle flies into it, you can eat it. Yeah, exactly. That's the loophole. Crank futures would be traded a lot in Philly. You just go long Fetty, right? Because it's in everything. What do you got, Dork? The chat primarily revolves around various topics ranging from stock market discussion to off-topic comments about eating owls without feathers, vaginal yogurt, and recreational Adderall. Perfect. I thought this was a financial stream, not how to make my own vaginal yogurt. Listen, man, small business is finance. The yogurt I was gonna have with lunch is gonna have to eat itself now. Why? Did Tankerific make it? Well, first of all, I suggest some sort of packaging that would make it easy to eat on the go. The Gogurt. You know? Maybe something like a pouch that splits down the middle. And then you can just kind of, you can press it from the sides to split the seam open. And then you can just, you can just tongue your yogurt out of it. Like a Coinbase. Uh, how have no celebrities looking at you, Gwyneth, capitalized on this trend? Microplastics. Headline for this afternoon: Pyongyang says it will send troops to the Ukraine within a month. They gotta get food from somewhere, right? That's disgusting, Surface Smurf. Oh, sure. Now we're saying things are disgusting? Well, I mean, I wasn't losing any viewers the other way, so I had to try something else. Looks dumpy. It looks like we're gonna just fucking sit here for the rest of the day. We should do dumpies. But that would mean VIX would have to go up. Pearls are already sustainable. You don't have to... God damn it. If only someone had said there was a good chance we could be range bound today. I know. Nothing like watching Mary from accounting tongue out her raspberry swirl Greek yogurt. Exactly. All out the money options are free because none of them will go in the money. Isn't that how you eat filled donuts? I mean, it's how I do. Do you? I like to stab the side of the donut with my tongue and then suck the filling out like a donut mosquito. uh, welcome back, guys. Oh my god, it's like a bad movie. The secret to trading was on your hat this whole time. What? No.
Hat's on my head. It's not extra odd today. We're just trying to take things to the extreme. Every housewife in America would buy the packaging for their husbands. How many husbands are regularly eating yogurt, though? This one was till chat broke me today. The billionaire is said to have stated during the call with investors that Jesus was also misunderstood. Are you expecting IV to rise at all into the end of the week on GME? I mean, mechanically, yes. On weeklies. I can't believe I didn't pack yogurt for lunch today. That's usually how these combos align. Don't worry, chasing the wind did. I've also been taking the overnight oats to work and not eating them. I can't do it. They're disgusting. Why can't you people just be honest with your significant others? Be like, that shit's foul. Stop trying to feed it to me. Is this what happens when you marry someone? You just lie to each other until it's over? Because it's good for her and her diet. If making them for me makes her eat them, happy skinny wife, happy life. There's so many layers of that are just wrong. Yes. You just keep lying forever. It's called love, Gherk. What the fuck? It's just a game of bent truths. Listen, Richie, stop manipulating your wife into being skinny. She's 110 pounds soaking wet, so it's working. Someone sounds like someone's doing some work getting her soaking wet. Good job. But still, don't lie to her. What would be a good dipstick for Voger? Cucumber, pretzel sticks, baby carrots. Just stipulate an ideal body weight in the prenup like a normal person. Better yet, attach a modeling contract addendum to the prenup. They're legally enforceable, Gen Gen. I don't tell my wife about this place. I'll lie to her all day before I let her find out about it.
You don't want her ruining the fun. You believe in prenups? No, I don't believe in marriage. It's a silly thing. Oh, oil's down again. Man, that thing's really flying around. They don't work in California or New York. I said modeling contract. Also, you don't need a prenup if you just never get married to anybody and stay out of Texas. Do you believe in finding someone and spending your life with them without the formal marriage part? Uh, Texas does have cohabitation laws. What about roommates that you bang? That's fine. As long as they do the dishes. Or their dishes, you know. Or just your cat lady neighbor. You know, I know you guys like to make fun of this situation, but she's really smoking hot and also insane, which is difficult for me. So laugh it up, you know. But it's not funny. I actually love my wife, and she's my best friend. She also is a doctor and just paid for the backyard renovation that included a putting green. She wants you to spend more time outside. My wife just heard the stream, and now she's asking me if I throw her food away. I mean, you guys are married, so lie? Right? That's what I've learned. She's not rich. Her dad's rich. That's not the same. And yes, I checked. She has siblings. How many siblings? Less than the number of freezers you have? I don't know what my freezers have to do with that. Anything. Is her dad single? Asking for a friend. I don't know.
He shed.
Nice try, Dave. Let's relax on the freezers. Yeah, I know. People have so many assumptions about them. They're just for storing food at different temperature levels. They're not even solely freezers. I can turn them into refrigerators by pressing a button. I can keep cold beverages in one at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, and I can keep lettuce in another at 36. The affinity for Japanese steel looks bad, but I like cooking. Do they make the Transformers noise when you push the button? No. No, they're separate. They each have their own climate control. That's why I bought them, cuz they're awesome. Also, glass doors so you can see inside your freezer without opening it. I don't own a bandsaw. I don't have the knives just out. The freezers are, and there is a green screen. And a lot of stage lighting. Here and here. Which, yeah, I mean, I think they just assume that I film a lot of OnlyFans in my apartment. That's what I tell them, at least. Tiny chainsaws. No, the couch is in a different room. Definitely makes them hog curious. Smart. You know what's actually bothered me the most is that not a lot of people have said anything about it. And if I walked into an apartment where there were freezers, stage lighting, and a green screen, I would just immediately assume this is a snuff film and I would leave, right? Food photographer. In this economy, you have to overlook that, I suppose. I do have a washing machine. It's a Samsung though. Is your washing machine Wi-Fi capable? Yeah, I think so. I don't know how to hook it up though. It'd be really cool if the price went up or down. Why would I cover the Micron earnings call? I would just think you were a financial YouTuber and picked up some cheap freezers during COVID. Right? It's perfectly logical. Everyone's frothing in the mouth to hear more about our Lord and Savior, Micron. I think everyone's just long out of the money NVIDIA calls that aren't printing, and they think somehow Micron's going to save their shitty position. Risk for last minute $10 move too high for a butterfly. Yeah. Just because Gamma's pretty flat on either side of spot by about $10. It's pretty flat out to like 55 and up to 75. Which means although we're not moving at all here, we could quickly. I don't have any Cybertrucks. I would never buy a Tesla. Whoa, I ate the loss on NVIDIA hours ago. Check yourself, sir. I mean, it's not a mystery that everyone was bullish on NVIDIA into the weekend, and then all of a sudden everybody was bullish on Micron into the end of the week. Or at least overly concerned with their earnings. I figured we'd push up given that GDP's in the morning, but maybe we only get moves in the overnight now. Realized volatility is basically zero. The cringiest thing I've ever heard was that guy saying Tesla cars are luxury supercars that look like family cars. That was Stefan. It says beginner bundle on screen next to live at the bottom. See SPX chat for a screenshot. Wait, what? I have bundles? What the fuck? Click it. What happens if you click it? I got a 15% raise. Am I beating inflation? Barely. Is it because I encouraged you to go talk to your bosses about something? Nice. You're welcome. See, all you had to do was open up more. Nothing? I'm a pigeon whale. So it doesn't do anything when you click it? What is it? Oh, maybe that takes you to like a different live stream? Hold on, I'm gonna watch myself real quick and see what this is. I've got nothing. God, I'm good looking. Oh, I should like my stream. Boom. We can't see what you're doing. Can you stream the stream, please? Have you rolled your September Vega? Not yet. Should I? Yeah. Yeah, I should. How is Tesla up? Someone just trapped a baby inside it in 120-degree Phoenix heat because the battery died. It's the new Peloton. Tesla's obviously up because Volkswagen gave Rivian money. I don't understand what's so hard to comprehend about this scenario. Fucking Boris. Wouldn't short Tesla is the question? Not now. Not right now. I will hawk to the whole pickle jar if we close this week under 54.55. You're gonna burn your mouth out, man. How have we not seen any bad press about Rivian vehicles? There's not very many of them. Yet so many about Teslas. Tesla's vehicles are super shitty. $54, 67, 50 to fuck both the calls and the puts. I mean, any price between 65 and 70 would be fine for doing that. 67.50 might be the most excruciating, but I think you need to run an ad for the beginner bundle to appear for people. I don't even know what it is. I did get an offer last night to sell some new merchandise. This one was good. Hold on. We checked out your social platform and thought you'd be perfect for our healthy product. Our products are about pain relieving heat pad, amethyst series, tourmaline ball series, red light series, and sauna series. I believe these products can help you, your fans, and customers very well. We're looking for product video cooperation from September to December from Amazon. The following are details of the collaboration. They know we have back pain. I'm sold. The rate of decay drops once it's in the money. That's it. I'm shorting the economy. Probably a dumb question, but I want to ask. I work at Chewy, and the stock has been getting a lot of attention. Options chain looks dumb expensive, even on leaps. Does someone know something? I don't know. You work there. What do you know? Sounds like IV's up. So the kid didn't die in the Tesla. The battery died, trapping the child. That's so much better. But many headlines said it badly, indicating a toddler died. I'm sure Teslas have killed a toddler before. Sweet baby Jesus. Core 1 month, mega all time low. Yeah, but the price of the index is still flat, right? What are they dispersing into? That's that's what should be concerning. What's your PT on GoEV and why is it $20? I was hoping for like $3 or $4. The yen's been higher before. Or, well, USD JPY has been higher before. Dixie's definitely been higher. Chewy reported strong first quarter results at the end of May. Yeah. Oh, they've killed real people too. Toddlers are real people. Just like a corporation. Have you ever taken a look at the UK AIM market? I mean, it's is that the one that's like it's all the like startup mid caps? I'm sure it does. Two to four price target for GoEV seems low as fuck, given its 52-week high is 1950. It's actually not. It's not factoring in the reverse split, I don't think. Imagine thinking a 52-week high is how you value and price companies. Everybody's got their method, I guess. Hoping for that upstart short squeeze potential. I mean, maybe. They've got a. That's. I feel like that's a long road, right? Upstart was already a valuable company that was doing well. GoEV is neither of those things. Heavily shorted under a reverse split, but not necessarily a good company. And maybe okay. They could be a good company if they could make the vehicles that they've promised people. Since being married for 3 weeks, I've lost a total of 4 silicone rings. I'm terrified to wear my gold one now. I see. EPAM's such a chad. Maybe all those North Koreans are gonna get to Ukraine from the thing, and then they're gonna immediately need like digital engineering and cloud services. EPM's my call hedge for NVIDIA puts. Those aren't related at all. I mean, it's okay, Poopy. Goldman thinks EPM's gonna go to 200. So my price targets are now 100 or 250. What's the 5-minute to expiry apply? No idea. I feel like this late in the day, if we break 75, people are gonna dump their calls. So it could test 75, but it would probably just break down. What an awful day. I don't know what's worse. This price action or calling it this morning. I blame myself. Solid range. Delta puts. Vega puts? I'll probably roll them over to the next OPEX, like October. Good news, I'm not hawk toing the pickle jar because it's not the end of the week. Bad news, I am. So VIX rule of 16 indicator I hacked together. Alright. The band has just been narrowing with the same flat midpoint. Are you factoring in the risk-free rate? There's the 75 test. It's not dumping as much as I would have expected. You could do it, Bulls. 5 minutes. 5,500. Nope, don't sell your calls. Keep going. Why did Amazon buy $500 million worth of single family real estate? Don't they have that thing where you can like buy shares of rental properties? No, buy more calls. Keep buying them. Don't stop here. Up. Yes.
Oh, Gurk, you're so crazy. What are you doing with those calls? No more buying. Mm. It hasn't lost 80 yet. There's still a chance. It's gonna fizzle out here. Shit. GoEV hit $2. Is GoEV mooning? Win moon? Is this SLD? That was disappointing. Maybe I should be buying my calls 1 minute to expiry instead. Ding ding. Yeah, didn't get over the hump. If we'd gotten over 85, though, that definitely would have gotten to 5,500. Too bad. EPAM had a nice little run up into the end of the day, bouncing back from the consolidation. Might be going for another breakout. SPX closed 54.7786. Kind of near my expected move, but not much. I think the high was like a few bucks off. ES broke out and then immediately failed the 5550 test and is now being rejected. There's a pretty good chance that this moves just back into the range that we were trading in all day, and sits there overnight. I would have expected a bigger move up into GDP, although
expectations for GDP might not be very high. And also, dollar is up at 106, and yields are up across the top end of the curve. Commodities down. Yeah, yields and dollar are still pressuring quite a bit. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month dropped pretty fucking hard today on both sides. Despite the SPX only closing up 16 points, there was a huge move in correlation. Forward yield on volatility at negative 9.6, and leverage on the Japanese carry trade up about 50 points from our recent low. USD JPY now trading at 160.79. Sterling down 50 points, Euro down 32 today against the dollar. Yuan down 17 and 15 cents per dollar above their conversion rate, or their target conversion rate. Bond vol is still moving up against correlation. Skews kind of just chopping here. Not really a lot changed day over day. 52% of the S&P now above its 20-day moving average. Still not a lot of breadth supporting the move. Although Dow did do a little bit better today. Pretty much flat on the day. Everything like NQ and Russell were both down. VIX correlation has now trimmed back to positive 0.08%. And is almost back to negative again. Very close. Fed fund futures now pricing in 0.33 rate cuts. Ouch. Micron got hammered. Rough. I'm gonna guess earnings weren't that great. Well, spiked back a little bit. It was still fucking down 6%. Yeah, I'm sure that's not good for NQ. Rough. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, guys. Later.